Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Happy Sunday to you. It's January the 5th. Watching a couple of tornado watches that are posted for parts of the Acadiana region this afternoon, and this will continue into this evening. Right now, it appears like the bulk of the severe weather is going to be hanging out across the northern portions of Acadiana. Right now, as you can see here on the radar, we've got some widely scattered showers that have kind of fired up across the region, but our main line of thunderstorms is back here toward the west with our cold front, and in fact, behind that cold front, temperatures have managed to fall back from the mid 70s back into the 50s. And then as you get back into portions of North Texas, we're starting to see those temperatures dropping back into the 40s. So as you look at the wide range of the radar here, got a pretty good low pressure area that's moving out of eastern Oklahoma into portions of Arkansas. You've got a lot of thunderstorm activity stretching along the I-55 corridor down just to the east of Little Rock through Shreveport and then back down to around the Houston area. And then north of that low, you've got some really decent winter weather, a significant snow and ice event that's happening across parts of the Midwest. Now, most of Acadiana is under a slight risk, level 2, but there are some areas there over parts of Avoyelles as well as northern Rapides and the northeastern part of Vernon Parish that is under a level 3 enhanced risk. Now, this is a level lower than where we were, I think it was Saturday when we had a severe weather event come across the region, but still level 2 and level 3 is pretty significant for South Louisiana. At this point, it doesn't look like we're going to see a whole lot of those individual rotating supercells. Instead, what we're going to be seeing is more of a line of thunderstorms coming along just ahead of the front. So when you have that kind of a setup, you generally are going to have more straight line wind damage and perhaps some hail. And there could be some heavy rainfall producers. As you've noticed, the very strong southerly winds have kicked in. It's gotten a lot more humid. It's a lot warmer out there. So the air mass is holding a little bit more moisture. Fortunately, this line of thunderstorms is going to continue a fairly progressive move off to the east. So it's not going to rain very, very long. Therefore, most of our rainfall total should stay below an inch. Before we get to the cold weather there, I want to talk about a couple of tornado watches. One that was issued earlier today. This is going to be in effect until 6 o'clock, and it covers Beauregard, Allen, Vernon, and Rapides parishes, and then points off toward the northwest. And as you saw where the line of thunderstorms was coming through, right now it's about halfway through that tornado watch, and will probably exit the tornado watch by the time it expires there at 6 o'clock. So the Storm Prediction Center has just recently issued another tornado watch. And again, primarily this is going to be focused on northeast Louisiana and parts of western Mississippi. Some of the parishes here in South Louisiana and the Florida parishes over toward Baton Rouge are kind of on the fringe of this, but still with that level 2 slight risk, there is a chance we could see some winds gusting over 75 miles per hour, some small hail. And you still can't rule out a couple of isolated tornadoes, but again, most of those will rotate their way just ahead of the main line of thunderstorms that is expected to continue to go through. Now, I wanted to show you kind of the setup, and this was the HRRR model that we had just a little while ago. And it's indicating that this line of thunderstorms is going to be relatively thin, and it should be able to work its way through the area fairly quickly today. And as far as those heavier downpours, that's going to continue as we go into the mid part of the evening. Right now, it does appear that our far western areas, let's say over toward the Lake Charles area, will most likely start to see some of these thunderstorms coming in during the late afternoon, early evening hours. Then I think it will progress eastward over the evening time period through the rest of Acadiana. There's the updated version of the HRRR. And you can see that most of the rain is going to be sliding through during the evening hours. It starts there at about 7 o'clock and then continues there until about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you're looking at about an 18-hour range there of what we're going to be seeing. So right now, it looks like the bulk of the severe weather is probably going to be staying over northern and central Mississippi and northeastern parts of Louisiana, but we can't completely rule out a couple of isolated severe thunderstorms to come across the region into the early evening hours. So we've got an upper trough that's out in the west, and that's helping to really spin up a low pressure area there over eastern Oklahoma. You've got a very strong southerly flow that's coming in off the Gulf of Mexico, helping to feed some of those thunderstorms. And there's a bigger picture of this system This came on shore of the Pacific Northwest on Friday, and the energy has made its way across the Rockies, and now we're starting to see that surface low really whip up. That surface low is going to continue to move over northern Arkansas, so thunderstorms from Memphis southwestward to Houston, and then those will continue to march eastward. And then on the northern edge of that, we've got quite a bit of snow that's been falling across the mid-Mississippi Valley and the upper Midwest, even some blizzard warnings that are up for parts of Kansas, Missouri, and portions of Iowa. So that's going to continue to move off to the east, and another system is likely to develop over the southern sections. We've got a little ripple of energy that's going to come a little bit farther to the south, perhaps pushing into portions of the Four Corner states. And as that does, we're going to be seeing a better chance for some severe weather here across parts, or rather new winter type of weather across parts of the Deep South as we get into the upcoming weekend. So late this coming weekend into the weekend, we could see some more winter weather. Right now, it's been trending more wet for us here right along the Gulf Coast, but North Louisiana, the Arklatex, parts of northern Mississippi, the Tennessee Valley might be talking about some very, very cold weather, including some snow. So I wanted to show you some of the cold period because we are going to drop tonight. Once that front goes through, you're really going to notice it. It's going to fall. The temperature is going to fall fairly quickly. And in fact, I think we'll still be in the 70s right ahead of the front. And then as you wake up tomorrow morning, most of the region will be hovering right around freezing on Monday morning. So we do have a freeze warning that's in effect. It'll kick in at 3 a.m. and will end at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. But everybody's going to be just kind of really close to the freezing point. So I've moved some plants, but most of the plants I've just watered them really good, and I'm going to bring them in tomorrow morning because I think here in Lafayette, we're going to be right down to the freezing point. So I think my plants will be okay. But if you've got some really tender tropical plants, go ahead and get those indoors. And if you can do that in the next several hours here, it's a lot more comfortable outside, obviously, with temperatures running in the 70s. I know it's a little windy out there, and there are some areas where there's rain. But if you want to do the work and not have to deal with the extreme cold, this is a good time to do it right now. If you want to go ahead and wait, especially if you live along and south of I-10, even though we're expecting the rain to come in, give the plants a really good amount of a good drink of water, because when the soil is wet, it takes a lot longer to freeze than it would if it was dry. So you can protect your stuff a little bit. But going into Tuesday morning, Wednesday morning, and Thursday morning, as you look at the temperatures there and some of the durations, there's a large part of Acadiana, including here in Lafayette, that has not yet seen a freeze. So that's why we've got that freeze warning in effect. But we're going to see freezing conditions over just about all areas, both on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning. There are the ranges for each day and approximately how long those freezing temperatures are going to last. So if you live in central Louisiana, you do need to do all forms of prep work, because there could be some issues with exposed pipes. I think pipes that are protected are going to be okay in central Louisiana, but if you have exposed pipes, particularly if you live in a mobile home, you might want to go ahead and protect those pipes there. But your inland, I-10, and coastal parishes, at this point, I think for the most part, your pipes are going to be fine. It's going to be the people, the plants, and the pets that you're going to have to worry about for the inland parishes, which would be Beauregard, Allen, Evangeline, St. Landry, and then I-10 down to the coast as well. But overnight tonight, you might be able to get away with it, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you definitely are going to be needing to bring those plants in. And according to those winds, I think the winds are going to stay very, very brisk all the way through Monday, and then they'll start to drop off a bit Monday night. And Waynette, that's why I'm thinking those temperatures are going to be dropping a little bit more as we get into Tuesday morning. You get better radiational cooling, you get the wind speeds to drop off, your temperatures can kind of dip. And that's, again, kind of why I'm leaving some of my plants out, because I'm not expecting any frost. I got a lot of plants that can take it down to maybe 28, 29 anyway, but frost is always an issue. But when you have all this wind that's out here, that's going to continue all night tonight and through the day tomorrow. So you're not going to have to worry about frost. So if you got a couple of plants that you want to take a chance on and go ahead and leave them out there, you probably can if they're frost, if you don't have to worry about the frost, because frost is not going to be an issue tonight. So do keep in mind that the thunderstorms are going to be coming first. Right now, everything's kind of spotty right now, with the main line of thunderstorms probably going to reach that western part of Vernon and Beauregard parishes sometime around the 3 o'clock time period. I think Allen and Jeff Davis and Calcasieu, you're probably looking at the 4 o'clock time period. Evangeline, Jeff Davis, Acadia, going up into Rapides Parish, you're probably looking 4 to 6 p.m. And then for St. Landry, Acadia, Vermilion, and going into Lafayette parishes, we're probably looking at this evening 6 to 8-ish. And then our eastern parishes will be after 8 o'clock. So expect some strong winds, a lot of thunder and lightning to go with it, possibly some small hail. And I can't rule out the possibility of an isolated tornado, which is why the tornado watch will remain in effect until 6 o'clock for Beauregard, Allen, Vernon, and Rapides, and for 9 o'clock for Evangeline, St. Landry, and Avoyelles. The southern parts of Acadiana are not under the tornado watches, but just be on the lookout for some strong or perhaps some severe thunderstorms to come through, and then get prepared for the big drop in temperatures. I will be back at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock, with another radar update. I'm going to leave this channel up and scrolling through some different important graphics, and music will be playing in the background. If there are any warnings that jump up before 3 o'clock, I'll jump back on and do the play-by-play of any warnings that might happen by the time we get to that. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Stream. Thanks for watching, and please give a like to this video. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. 3 o'clock on this Sunday afternoon. Very windy, very muggy across Acadiana. And it looks like severe weather is going to be a possibility across parts of the region as we go into the afternoon hours. There is a quick look at the radar, and again, putting it into motion, you can see that we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings up for parts of Natchitoches Parish and then off toward the southwest, and that main line is now starting to make its way into portions of Vernon Parish. We do have tornado watches that have been posted for Vernon, Rapides, as well as Beauregard and Allen until 6 o'clock, and we've got Voiles, Evangeline, and St. Landry will be in effect until 9 o'clock. It's two different tornado watches that have been posted. One was posted earlier today, another one posted this afternoon, and it looks like that line of thunderstorms is about halfway across the initial tornado watch, and it is bringing some very gusty winds and also some small hail. So far, we have not seen any tornadoes, which is great news right now. And as we look at the widespread radar, you are getting a couple of tornado warnings there over northeastern parts of Louisiana and western portions of Mississippi. And I do believe that the more extreme weather is going to be here across portions of northern Louisiana and going into Mississippi. And again, I really think the bulk of the action is going to be probably right about in that area. And that's where the tornado watch is posted all the way up into those northern counties of Mississippi. And then on the northern side of this, it changes over to snow, and you've got winter storm warnings and even blizzard warnings up across parts of the Midwest. So there's your severe weather outlook for the rest of the day today. It is an enhanced risk for parts of Vernon, Rapides, and Voiles parishes. Part of the reason why you've got a tornado watch that's in place there. But the rest of Acadiana is under a level 2 slight risk, with the exception of the immediate coast, which is marginal. But even level 2 is able to produce some tornado conditions and also some severe weather to go along with it. There is the initial tornado watch that was issued earlier this morning, and that goes until 6 o'clock, and you can see that that does cover parts of Vernon, Rapides, as well as Voiles, and then over into portions of Allen Parish. So those are your 4 Acadiana parishes that are currently under a tornado watch. We also have a tornado watch that's in place now for parts of St. Landry, also into Voiles and into Evangeline Parish as well. And it looks like that is going to go ahead and stay in place until about 9 o'clock a little bit later on this afternoon. So there's a number of things that are going on. Number one, you've got a surface low that's moving across Oklahoma, and that's going to continue to make its way off toward the east. You got a fairly vigorous jet stream that's kind of coming in like that, and that's going to help to enhance some of the thunderstorms. And you've got a lot of low-level moisture that's streaming in off the Gulf of Mexico. So all of that coming together is going to bring the possibility of a severe weather event for northern parts of Acadiana and much of Cenla and into northern parts of Louisiana. Look at the national picture here. This is a fairly vigorous low that's been strengthening as it kind of moved out of portions of Texas and is now moving into the northern part of Oklahoma, and as we go through time, we'll probably see that intensifying, getting a little stronger as it pushes back over toward the Tennessee Valley, and that should bring some more severe weather into those portions of the region, and then also pushing up into portions of the Midwest. And again, that low pressure area that's right about here right now is going to go ahead and continue to move off toward the east. You've got a big dip in the jet stream right there, and that's going to help to really get the action going across northern Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, and portions of Tennessee. And then you've got that very cold air mass that's going to be diving down to the south, kind of behind all of this mess that's up here in the middle part of the country. And as it does, we're going to be seeing the temperatures really starting to drop as we go through tonight and into the early part of tomorrow morning. There's a look at the simulated radar. This is the HRRR, and this is showing the next 18 hours starting now and going through the early morning hours of Monday. So this takes us to about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning rather. And you can see that the line of thunderstorms does tend to weaken a little bit. The bigger stuff stays over northern Mississippi, Alabama, and into the Tennessee Valley. And that's where I think we're going to see the bulk of the severe weather this time around. So let's go to the cold side of this particular storm, because once that front goes through, temperatures are going to tumble almost immediately. We're seeing about a 15-degree temperature drop immediately behind the front, and then we're going to see probably about a 40-degree temperature drop between now and tomorrow morning. I think most of the region will reach the freezing point at least briefly tomorrow morning. So if you're worried about your pets, go ahead and bring them in. If you're worried about your plants, I think the more cold hardy ones will probably be okay for tonight because it's going to stay rather windy. And even though temperatures are briefly going to get down to the 32-degree mark, it's going to be blowing up some warmer air that's at the ground that's been absorbed by the ground during the day today with our temperatures in the 70s. But more of your tender tropical plants or stuff that really can't go below 32, you might want to go ahead and pull those in tonight and make sure you've got those in for the next 3 mornings. Now, as far as the 4 Ps, the people, the pets, the plants, and the pipes. Pipes, I think you might want to pay a little more attention to if you live in central Louisiana because the duration of the freezing temperatures is going to be a little bit longer. I think if you don't have exposed pipes, I think you'll be okay. But if you live in let's say, a mobile home and you do have exposed pipes, if you do not have those protected, you are going to be dealing with the possibility of some issues with pipes, especially if they're exposed. For the inland parishes, the I-10 parishes, and the coastal parishes, I think it's people, plants, as well as your plants that you're going to, people, pets, and plants that you're going to have to worry about more than the pipes, as the duration of the freeze is not going to last quite as long. And you really need those temperatures to be able to drop into the low to mid 20s for more than 12 hours. And I just don't see that happening on the I-10 parishes as well as the coastal parishes. In fact, we're going to be flirting with the freezing point along the I-10 corridor and then probably right at or just slightly above the freezing point in some cases for the coastal parishes. So if you live north of I-10, especially if you live in central Louisiana, you need to take all the precautions to protect yourself as well as your home and your plants and your pets due to the extreme cold that we're going to be seeing here over the next several days. Fortunately, the models have backed off on some of the record cold. Last week, it was showing some temperatures perhaps in the teens and 20s and also talking about the possibility of some winter-type precipitation. Now, the winter-type precipitation really doesn't have a whole lot to do with what's happening out here right now. All of this precip is going to be finished before the super cold air comes in. So I'm not expecting any wintry type of precipitation at this point. But as the cold air settles in for most of the week, there's going to be a Gulf low that's going to be developing and moving south of Louisiana, throwing what we call an overrunning precipitation event. So the warm, moist air that's over the Gulf is going to be riding up and above the colder air that's at the surface. Now, depending on how deep that cold air goes and how far south it goes as well will depend on whether or not we're going to be seeing any winter type precip. I will say last week, almost all of the computer models were talking about winter type of precip all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Over the last couple of days, including through the weekend, they've kind of backed off, and more of the wintry precip has been focused more on northern Louisiana rather than southern Louisiana. So at this point, most of the models have trended more wetter than winter here in South Louisiana and much of Acadiana. So at this point, we'll just continue to watch the next couple of systems. There's still the potential we could see some winter weather across parts of the South, but at least looking at the models over the last couple of days, it looks like it's backed off on the winter precip for us here locally in Acadiana, although I'm kind of hopeful that we'll see at least some winter type of weather. Nothing to really ruin the roads, but I would love to see a couple of snowflakes here in Acadiana before winter is over. And looking at the next week and a half or so, this would probably be the best chance that we've seen in quite some time. So watch out for the severe weather. Again, the tornado watch remains in effect for parts of the region here across the western sections until 6 o'clock, and then our far northeastern sections until 9 o'clock. The rest of Acadiana south of 190 is not in this tornado watch, but you can still see an occasional severe thunderstorm out there. So do be on the lookout through about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, especially if you live over into Iberia and St. Mary parishes. I think pretty much the front and the rain will all have cleared the entire area by the time we reach midnight. So I'll be back at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. Unless we get any new severe thunderstorm warnings, then I'll break in right away. I'll go ahead and leave the severe weather loop kind of going between the radar and different weather graphics if you just want to keep that on. If you want to try to keep up with the Saints there and do some dual screening here, you're more than welcome to. I'm a pretty good dual screener, and I think most folks are these days. So this way you can enjoy what you want on television, and you can still have this radar and this loop here right on the sideline, and then that way you don't have to have all those break-ins of different weather and stuff like that. You can kind of concentrate on both of the streams at the same time. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Please give this video a like. I really appreciate it. I'm going to be back about the top of the hour. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Stream right here on YouTube. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Got a little update here as we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Vernon Parish, and this is going to be in effect until 4:15. Got a little bit of bowing going on this particular thunderstorm as it continues to move off toward the east. You see that little bit of a bow. Go ahead and stop the radar there. You see that little bit of a bow there, and occasionally what you can get is you can get some pretty serious winds that come out of there, and we're expecting winds to be in excess of 60 miles per hour. So if you live there northeast of Leesville and then pushing along the LA 28 corridor there going eastward toward Alexandria, you do have that long line of thunderstorms that's continuing to push on in, and it is moving off toward the east. So we are going to continue to see the heavy rain kind of pulling on in. As far as the particulars on this one, it looks like it's going to be in effect until 4:15, and the primary threat's going to be wind and also hail. And it looks like this thunderstorm is kind of cruising off toward the east here. Let's get it in here. It looks like it's moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So some of the towns it's going to be there near in the eastern part of Vernon Parish, New Lano, Leesville, Leander, Slagle, Fort Johnson, as well as Simpson are going to be in the path of that. So again, if you live in those areas along US Highway 171 or LA 28, those are the two main roadways that are there in Vernon Parish. So you're going to have to deal with that. Also LA 10 and LA 8 that goes westbound into the state of Texas, and then LA 8 kind of slides off toward the northeast and heads over to around Flatwoods there and runs into the I-49 between Alexandria and Natchitoches there. So other towns there, Hicks, LeCamp, Leander, looks like Otis and Gardner and Clifton and Simpson are all going to be in the path of that storm, even though some of those towns are over in Rapides Parish and right now are not under that severe thunderstorm warning. So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect there for parts of Vernon Parish, and this will be until 4:15. The primary threat will be gusty winds in excess of 60 miles per hour and some small hail. Much of the region is still under a tornado watch. Vernon, Rapides, Beauregard, and Allen under a tornado watch until 6. And then Evangeline, St. Landry, and Avoyelles parishes are under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. I primarily think most of our severe weather threat is probably going to be in this general area here over the next several hours. So if you live in the northern parts of Acadiana, do beware that a severe weather threat is there. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'll have more coming up here in just about 10 minutes at the top of the hour. I'll put it back on the roll right now. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Stream. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Please give this video a like. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. 4 o'clock on this Sunday afternoon. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Vernon Parish, and some of this has been already dropped. So if you live over toward Leesville, you are no longer under the severe thunderstorm warning, but the eastern half of Vernon Parish will remain in a severe thunderstorm warning status here for another 15 minutes or so. Main threat is going to be winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and some small hail. This particular storm is moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So here's a look at the main radar and the severe weather event that we have right here, this severe thunderstorm warning, now just to the east of Highway 171. So if you live along LA 10 or LA 28 in that particular area of eastern Vernon, you are under that severe thunderstorm warning. I'll go ahead and stop everything here, just kind of give you an idea of what's going on. You got some moderate to heavy rain stretching through Simpson and then back over to around Leesville. Gets pretty heavy again down toward Rose Pine, even though you are not in that severe thunderstorm warning. And if you live in Beauregard Parish, especially there on 190 westbound going over to around the Texas state line, you are going to be running into some heavy rain there, and that continues down the 171. Got a little bit of light rain, light to moderate rain starting to come into DeQuincy and then back down to around Vinton, but the main line is still back over Texas. Lake Charles, you're in pretty good shape right now. It's very windy out there. Also quite windy here in Lafayette and much of the Acadiana parishes. We've had a few widely scattered showers kind of develop here and there, but really what we're most concerned with through the rest of the afternoon and evening is this line of thunderstorms here as it continues to advance off toward the east. So with that, we could see some gusty winds and also some heavy rain and perhaps some small hail to go along with it. Do keep in mind, though, that there is a tornado watch that's in effect for Vernon, Rapides, Beauregard, and Allen parishes now for a couple more hours until 6 o'clock. And then we've also got a tornado watch that's in effect for Evangeline, St. Landry, and Avoyelles Parish until 9 o'clock. So at this point, it looks like the main threat of the severe weather is going to be staying a bit farther to the north of the I-10 corridor, where we do have an enhanced risk level 3 that stretches from Alexandria up to Monroe and into Jackson, Mississippi, Vicksburg as well, and then into portions of southeastern Arkansas. So that's where your main severe weather is going to be here for the next several hours. I expect the line of thunderstorms to kind of make its way into the Lake Charles region, probably sometime around 5 or so, and then continuing to push eastward to around Jennings at about 6. That would be Jennings to about Ville Platte, I would say about 5:30 to 6 o'clock. And then Opelousas back to Crowley, probably getting closer to 7. And then from, let's say, Krotz Springs, Lafayette, Abbeville, and then down to Pecan Island sometime around 8. And then St. Martinville, New Iberia, you're probably looking about 9. And then St. Mary Parish, I think you'll start to clear things out closer to 10 o'clock later on tonight. So it's going to be a process for over about the next 6 hours or so, I think, is how long this line of thunderstorms is going to take to move across the region. So there again is the latest loop for the last hour. It is making steady progress. The bulk of the severe weather, though, does appear that it's going to be staying a little bit farther on toward the north. Check this out. This is the system that's moving across right now as we get these last few frames of daylight. You've got some pretty vigorous thunderstorms lining up along the front. But the bigger threat is going to be a little bit farther toward the north. I think that's where most of our severe weather is going to be. Alexandria to Vicksburg, Jackson, Mississippi, southeastern Arkansas, and then up toward Memphis. And then, of course, you've got a snow event that's occurring now through the mid-Mississippi Valley, and that will continue to push into the Ohio Valley a little bit later on. But it's a fairly vigorous low-pressure area, also aided by a pretty strong jet that's kind of coming around like that. So the low-pressure area is currently right here, and that's going to continue to move to the east, and you've got some pretty good moisture and some higher dew points sliding in ahead of it. So that area right there is going to be your prime region for any kind of severe weather development. All the snow is going to be staying up here and moving off toward the east. Now remember, there's a very large area of cold Canadian air that's going to seep in behind this low pressure area. So as that front goes on by, you're going to notice a pretty good maybe 10 to 15 degree initial temperature drop, but I think our temperatures are going to be a little over 40 degrees colder when you head off to work tomorrow morning on Monday as that cold air settles in. And as that cold air settles in and stays, we're going to see another low develop down here toward the end of the week and then kind of move off toward the northeast. That could bring some snowy conditions over perhaps as far south as Cenla, but more likely into northern Louisiana. Last week, a lot of the computer models were showing more wintry weather. Here in Acadiana, they've backed off a little bit more and calling for more wet conditions rather than anything frozen, but it is something that we'll continue to keep a watch on over the next several days. So we're already running in the 70s right now, but I do believe we're going to bottom out around 32 tomorrow morning and only reach 44 for your high tomorrow, and those winds are going to stay quite strong. So when it comes to plants, if you've got some tropical plants that can't go below 32 at all, I would recommend bringing those in. If you've got some that are a little hardier, that are able to handle the cold but maybe not necessarily the frost, you could probably leave those out there tonight because the wind speed is going to be strong enough that you're not going to be dealing with any frost. But frost and freeze is really going to be more of an issue as we go into Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning, where a large part of Acadiana will be dropping back into the 20s, and there's the possibility that we could see some extended freezing conditions over parts of Cenla. So real quick, there's a look at your extended cold period. Central Louisiana, you're going to have to do all modes of cold weather prep, including pipes, where it's going to be close there when it comes to the pipes, especially if they're exposed. When you start to get over 12 hours of freezing conditions and you get into the mid-20s, something that is virtually exposed will have problems. Protected pipes should be okay, and I think the inland parishes, the I-10, and the coastal parishes for pipes are probably going to be okay. But pets, plants, and people, you do want to make sure you take care of those for the next several mornings. And it is going to be kind of a remarkable amount of cold because even with a good amount of sunshine, I don't think we're going to get temperatures above 50 probably for the remainder of this week, and nighttime lows are going to be in the 20s. Just about every night except for the coastal parishes will hover right around the 30-degree mark. So there's a last look at that radar. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. If any other severe weather warnings come up, it does look like that severe thunderstorm warning for Vernon Parish is going to go ahead and expire here in about 7 minutes or so. And if any new warnings pop up, I'll jump in here right away. But if not, I will see you at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, with another update. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's Severe Weather Live Stream. Please give it a like. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. 5 o'clock on this Sunday afternoon. Got a pretty good line of thunderstorms that's continuing to move across the region. Looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up. So let's go ahead and get right into that. We're talking about timing coming down just now. Looks like this is going to be in effect until 5:30. This is a thunderstorm located near Elizabeth. That would be in Allen Parish. And those winds could be as high as 60 miles per hour. So a severe thunderstorm warning there in effect for parts of Rapides as well as Allen Parish. Looks like mostly Rapides and the extreme northern parts of Evangeline Parish. And again, this is going to be in effect for about a half an hour until about 5:30. So with that, we've seen this line of thunderstorms continuing to push off toward the east. And as it does, it's going to be bringing the possibility of some of that severe weather. So something to be on the lookout for here as we go through the next couple of hours. This is a pretty strong cold front that's going to be coming through, and that cold front is going to be dropping those temperatures significantly during the overnight period. So as far as those highs, we are going to be looking at temperatures that are staying in the 70s right now. But again, we are looking at the possibility of some severe weather to come along with this particular line of thunderstorms. And that's going to be the main issue right now when it comes to the very, very heavy rain as well as the gusty wind. So let's go ahead and take a look real quick at that severe thunderstorm warning. That's the aerial location of southern parts of Rapides Parish and the northern part of Evangeline Parish. So the areas that you do want to be watching out for is going to be along Highway 165 and 167. Also there along the I-49 and the Highway 71 corridor there as you get into the southern part of Rapides Parish. Forest Hill, Glenmora, you're going to be in the path of this storm, as well as Turkey Creek, and then over toward Lacombe. You're going to be seeing that thunderstorm moving off to the east. Hail is possible, perhaps some pea-sized hail, but generally we're looking at winds getting up to about 60 miles per hour. So again, there's a quick look at the radar. You've got some stronger storms. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Fort Polk radar. It is a little bit closer, and you can get some better resolution there. And you can see there's a little bit of a bow there. And when it comes to the velocities, for the most part, you can see there kind of a gust front that's kind of coming there along that right about in here. Going to go ahead and stop it there, right about in here. So these are where those stronger winds are right now in the western part of this warning area. So as that continues to move to the east over toward that 165 corridor, you could get some winds in excess of about 60 miles per hour. So that's what you want to be aware of as you live there in the western part of Rapides Parish. Pretty good wind kind of sliding in, and that is going to be crossing the 165 corridor here probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So about 5:10, 5:15 or so if you live anywhere between south of Glenmora and then south of Forest Hill. But anywhere along that 165 corridor and then down toward Turkey Creek, you are kind of downwind from that. So that is going to be making its way into northern parts of Evangeline Parish. So a severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect there for about another 27 minutes over the northern part of Evangeline and the southern part of Rapides Parish. So there's a look at the precipitation again. As we look at that long line of thunderstorms, just to go through some of the other particulars real quick, we do have a tornado watch that's in effect for Rapides, Vernon, Beauregard, and Allen parishes. This is going to be in effect until 6 o'clock. And then we've also got another tornado watch that will be out until 9 o'clock, and that's going to cover Evangeline, St. Landry, as well as Avoyelles parishes. So that current severe thunderstorm warning is for southern parts of Rapides and northern portions of Evangeline Parish there, including the highways 165, 167, and also I-49. Those areas are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30, with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and the possibility of some small hail. Did want to bring to your attention, though, that there still is an enhanced risk there, especially over our extreme northern parishes. A level 3 on that scale of 5, level 2 covering much more of the Acadiana region with a marginal risk of level 1 right there along the coast. Thunderstorms, though, are going to move fairly quickly as we've got a couple of things that are going on here. Let's look at the Texas satellite as the sun goes down. You can kind of see that big line of thunderstorms coming in, but you're also probably noticing that ripple of energy that's up here. That's low pressure that's going to continue to shift its way off toward the east, and that's not only bringing the severe weather here along the Gulf Coast, but you also have quite the winter storm that's moving here across the nation's midsection. We've got quite a bit of snow, even blizzard-like conditions here north of Interstate 70, stretching from the central part of Kansas all the way through Illinois, and that's going to be moving into portions of the Ohio Valley. Then you've got an ongoing ice storm here in the lower parts of the Ozarks and into the lower part of the Ohio River Valley, and then down here to the south, this is where you're seeing the severe weather component. So it's a pretty potent winter system that's moving across the country, and it's going to be dragging in some very cold conditions here all the way down to the Gulf Coast as we start tomorrow. So those temperatures that are running in the 70s area wide right now are going to be dropping back into the 50s quickly behind the front, and then dropping into the lower 30s and even a few upper 20s by the time we wake up tomorrow morning. So there is a real quick look at your 3-day forecast. We've already finished off much of the day today. I'll get that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday forecast up here for the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. But 70s is where we're holding right now, but we're going to bottom out here in Lafayette around 32, upper 20s for our northern sections. 44 your high for Monday. Wind chills on Monday are probably going to stay in the 30s much of the day as the blustery conditions will continue. We'll drop back to 29 degrees as the skies remain clear and the winds will calm down Monday night. And that's just here in Lafayette. We could see lows dropping down to 24 or 25 over the far northern parts of Rapides, Vernon, and Avoyles parishes. And you may be seeing those freezing conditions a couple of nights lasting 10, 12, or perhaps even more than 12 hours. So big time freeze for our northern sections, and for many of us here in the Acadiana region, this will be the first freeze of the winter. So that cold weather is going to be continuing to slide southward. I'll go ahead and leave you here with the radar and leave the loop going. Remember that severe thunderstorm warning for Rapides and into parts of Evangeline Parish will stay in effect until 5:30. I'm going to get that updated on social media, and if any new warnings pop up, I'll jump right in. Or between now and then, I'll see you at the 6 o'clock hour with a new 3-day forecast. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching the Severe Weather Stream right here on YouTube. Please give this video a like. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I want to bring you up to date. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that came down just a couple of minutes ago. I was trying to pop some of this up on social media here as quick as possible. But we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Rapides, Avoyelles, and northern parts of Rapides, Avoyelles, and northern parts of Evangeline Parish here until about 6:15. We've got a storm that is producing some winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, and some small hail could be going along with it as well. Now, this is a storm that was previously warned over northern Evangeline and also parts of, let's say, southwestern portions of Rapides a little bit earlier on today, and that is going to be moving eastward at about 35 miles per hour. So that's going to be your main threat right now there over parts of Evangeline, southern parts of Rapides Parish, and the western part of Avoyelles Parish. This has been kind of a fairly strong line of thunderstorms coming on through, along with a pretty good line of thunderstorms that's out there as well. So as we look at that big picture, you can see everything kind of drifting off toward the east. And if you live over toward Bunkie, or perhaps down here along the I-49 corridor over toward Turkey Creek, you are going to be dealing with some of that heavy rain. So here's a look at the radar right now. And that's where the outline is of the severe thunderstorm warning right now. So Cheneyville, Lacombe, down toward Bunkie and Evergreen, Cottonport, you're kind of in the way of this, Hesmer as well, and Marksville. I think you're going to get some of this as it moves off toward the east. Turkey Creek there along the LA 13 is already getting some very heavy rain and some gusty winds to go along with it. You can follow this line, though, off toward the southwest. Pretty good rains now over northwestern Evangeline, covering a large part of Allen Parish, all along that 165 corridor. You're starting to improve now over parts of Leesville and back over toward DeRidder. I will say the temperatures, though, have tumbled behind there. I was just about ready to do a post on some of the temperatures behind this front, but then this severe thunderstorm warning came on. But the temperatures have dropped down into the 50s back here over toward Toledo Bend, and they're in the 40s now up toward Shreveport. And if you get over toward Dallas, we're looking at temperatures that have dropped down into the 30s. So we'll go ahead and pull up the Lake Charles radar. As we follow that line farther to the southwest, you still are going to see some gusty winds over Calcasieu and eventually into portions of Jeff Davis and Cameron parishes as well. Acadia, St. Landry into Lafayette and also into Vermilion Parish. We're probably not going to get in on the action until probably closer to the 7 to 8 o'clock time period. And then our friends over in St. Martin, Iberia, and St. Mary will have to wait a little bit longer, probably that 8 to 10-ish time period. And I do believe the front will go through all of Acadiana prior to midnight tonight. So some of that cold air is going to continue to come on down. So that's a look at the radar right now. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning does cover parts of southern Rapides, western portions of Avoyelles, and northeastern portions of Evangeline Parish. So there are some of the towns that are involved in this particular one over in St. Landry. Morrow, which is actually in northern parts of St. Landry Parish, over toward Bunkie and Turkey Creek. So please watch out for that. We've also got a tornado watch that's in effect until 6 o'clock for Rapides, Vernon, Beauregard, as well as Allen parishes. And then a little bit farther to the east, Evangeline, St. Landry, and Avoyelles parishes. You folks are under the other tornado watch that goes in effect until 9 o'clock a little bit later on. This is part of a fairly vigorous storm that's coming through, and there's a little bit more mid and upper level energy that's starting to push in to the backside of this front. It's still going to make a pretty good cruise off toward the east, and you can see on the big picture that this is a massive storm that's moving across the nation's midsection, where we've got not just severe weather from, let's say, around Memphis all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Then you've got an ice storm that's happening in the lower part of the Missouri, or rather the lower part of the Ohio River Valley, and then over toward the Ozarks. And then you've got quite a significant snow event farther to the north into Missouri, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, and northern parts of Illinois, where you've actually got some blizzard warnings that are in place there across the middle part of the country. Remember now, on the back side of this, this is going to be bringing down some very, very cold air. So even though many of us are still experiencing temperatures in the 70s, we're going to be dropping back down close to the freezing point as early as tomorrow morning. And there's kind of look at the extended forecast going into Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Tomorrow, everybody's going to dip real close to the freezing point, but there's going to be a lot of wind. So I'm not concerned about frost tomorrow morning. It would be more the cold temperatures. If you've got tropical plants that cannot survive below 32, you need to bring those in right away. Other ones that are a little more cold hardy, but maybe they don't deal with frost very well, will probably be okay tomorrow morning. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday morning, you might be running into some bigger problems there as that cold weather settles in. And then farther down the road, I have gotten a lot of questions about, is it going to snow with this next system that's going to develop out of the Gulf of Mexico? Right now, most of the computer models seem to be trending a little more wetter than snowier than what we were seeing late last week. But there still are some chances we could see some winter-like precip over central or northern parts of Louisiana, particularly getting up towards Shreveport, Monroe, Vicksburg, and then back into portions of southern Arkansas. So that's going to be the case a little bit farther down the road, and that'll be a forecast we'll fine-tune. But the immediate surge of cold air is going to be coming in directly behind this line of thunderstorms that right now is currently making its way. It looks like it's making its way just into the western part of Lake Charles right now, or through Lake Charles at this point. So the line stretches from Lake Charles to Reeves to Oberlin up to 165, and then we've got that severe thunderstorm warning there over Cenla, which includes parts of Avoyelles, St. Landry, Evangeline, as well as portions of Rapides parishes. That's moving off to the east at about 35 miles per hour. Very cold conditions will be coming in behind that. I'm going to go ahead and leave the radar here up and running with the loop, and I'm going to post on social media some of those temperatures that we've got just behind the front and then farther back over into Texas, so you can see just how cold things are going to be getting here over the next several days. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'll go ahead and update those social media pages right now, and I'll be back at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock. Please like this video and also subscribe to my channel. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker with another look at the severe weather possibilities that we have here in Acadiana. Right now, we do not appear to have any warnings at this time, and the tornado watch that was in effect for parts of Vernon, Rapides, Beauregard, and Allen parishes expired now at 6 o'clock. So we still have a tornado watch that's in effect for parts of our region, and that would include St. Landry, Evangeline, as well as parts of Voiles Parish. Now, this is going to be in effect until 9 o'clock, and that's pretty much where I think most of our severe weather chances are going to be. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar. And again, right now, the Lake Charles radar is pretty well socked in with that heavy rain. So I'm going to go ahead and push over to the Fort Polk radar here for a little bit. And you can still see you got some pretty good rains and some gusty winds that are whipping through southern parts of Voiles Parish from Cheneyville going down into Bunkie and Cottonport. And then we can follow that line, which is now racing its way across Evangeline Parish, where Turkey Creek, you've experienced some pretty heavy rain, and that's now starting to cross over I-49 in the northern part of St. Landry Parish. You work your way a little bit farther to the south, Pine Prairie down to Mamou, that LA 13 quarter, and the 167 there northwest of Chautauqua. I believe a 29, LA 29 is somewhere in that area as well. So watch out on those roadways if you got to do some traveling. And then on 190 at the 165, it's pretty socked in with some moderate rain right now. And then that rain is now spreading eastward toward Basile. So you folks in the southern part of Evangeline Parish will also get in on the action. And the same for you folks in the panhandle of St. Landry over toward Eunice. We'll be getting some rain here very, very soon, probably within the next 30 minutes or so. A little bit farther to the south on the 165 down toward Iowa and along the I-10 through Lake Charles. Things are pretty heavy right now. That's going to be extending eastward into Jeff Davis Parish. So if you live in Welsh and Jennings over toward Mermentau and Lake Arthur, there in Lake Arthur and over toward Mermentau and Esterwood in the western part of Acadia Parish, you're going to be checking in with these storms probably between 6:30 and 7 o'clock. Same goes for Crowley and Opelousas. I think you guys will get in the action probably sometime 6:30 to 7 o'clock. And here in Lafayette, down toward Kaplan and Abbeville, we're probably looking closer to 8 o'clock, and then 9 or later for our far eastern parishes there along the Atchafalaya Basin and the Atchafalaya River, including eastern parts of St. Landry, St. Martin, Iberia, down into St. Mary parishes. And it does appear that the front is going to go ahead and clear the area by the time we reach the midnight time period. So definitely going to be seeing some colder air coming in. The wide range radar here showing quite a bit of heavy rain, but the skies clear rapidly back behind this particular system. And you can see that on the satellite imagery as the cold front pushes on through. We are going to see a fairly rapid drop in temperatures right behind the front, probably a good 10 to 15 degrees, and then another 15 to 20 degree temperature drop between this evening and going into the early part of tomorrow morning. And that's all part of a fairly deep low pressure area that's now moving across the country. It's being aided by an upper trough that came in on the Pacific on Friday and has made its way about 3/4 of the way across the country. We've got a pretty significant ice and snowstorm there across the middle part of the country right now too. So we'll focus in more on our severe weather here. We still have a tornado watch that's in effect for Evangeline, St. Landry, and Voiles Parish until 9 o'clock. At this point, we don't have any severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings in place, but I'll go ahead and keep the radar going here with the loop of some of that other information. Before I let you go here at the top of the hour, I did want to point out, though, about the very cold conditions that are going to be coming in behind this. And for you folks that are in central Louisiana, you need to do all modes of preparation for the cold, as some of those temperatures are going to get down into the mid-20s, and at times we could see some freezes lasting as long as 14 hours. Inland parishes, I think you're going to be okay on the pipes, but the pets and the plants, you're definitely going to need to take care of that. Same goes for the I-10 parishes. I think your pets and your plants are going to be needing some protection, and then also some protection of the plants and the pets down as you get closer to the coast. And you can pick out some of the ranges of low temperatures that I'm expecting in those areas Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning, and then also the duration of some of those colder temperatures. Now, we are going to drop down to the freezing point on Monday morning as well, and there is a freeze warning in effect, but the freezing temperatures won't be lasting quite as long, as the sun's going to come out here pretty quickly behind this front going into tomorrow morning. And then at the same time, the wind speeds are going to be fairly strong too. So if you've got some tropical plants that can't handle anything below 32, you need to go ahead and get those in tonight. But if you've got some that are a little more cold tolerant but may not deal with frost very well, you'll probably be okay tonight, because it is going to be cold, but I don't expect it to be frosty because the wind speeds will be strong. Frost is going to be more of an issue Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning, and that's also the time you can have some other problems. So again, make sure you're taking care of your home as well as your family, your pets, as well as your pipes there too, and your plants. So the very cold air is going to be coming on in. So I'm going to let you go back here to the radar. You can go ahead and leave this streaming. Not anticipating a whole lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but I just wanted to let you know that we've got this line of thunderstorms that's going to come across the area. Here in Lafayette, I would expect it probably somewhere in the 8 o'clock hour. Crowley, probably about the 7 o'clock hour. Jennings, you're going to be getting in on the action here within the next 30 minutes or so. And along the Highway 190 corridor, if you live in Allen Parish, you're starting to get toward the back end of it. But Evangeline and St. Landry Parish, you're going to be getting into the action here within the next couple of hours. And then south of LA 14, I think in Vermilion Parish, you're probably going to get started here probably about 7:30, and then leaving the eastern part of the parish closer to 9-ish. And then Iberia and St. Mary, you're going to be seeing the rains closer to 9 to 11 o'clock this evening before things do tend to wind down. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Unless there's other warnings, I will be back at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock, with another quick update. This is Acadiana Weather Today's live weather stream. Please give this video a like for me. Hi, Acadiana. Meteorologist Dave Baker as we come up on the 7 o'clock hour on this Sunday evening. Got a good line of thunderstorms that's continuing to push off toward the east with some really heavy rain coming down over southern parts of Jeff Davis Parish, southern parts of Acadia, and getting into Cameron and Vermilion Parish as well. Now, most of this is going to be giving us some pretty brief heavy rain, a lot of thunder and lightning, also the possibility of some small hail, and even the possibility of some winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Now, those temperatures really do drop off behind this, so we're actually seeing some temperatures that have managed to drop their way all the way back into the mid 50s, even lower 50s up around the Toledo Bend area, and some upper 40s back toward the northwest. So those temperatures drop pretty quickly right behind the front by about 15 or 20 degrees or so, and then everything really starts to drop off the farther west you go, where up toward Dallas temperatures have already dropped into the 30s, and I do expect temperatures to be dipping down into the upper 20s and lower 30s as we wake up early tomorrow morning. Those thunderstorms will continue to progress off toward the east, so even though we're still seeing the rains over parts of St. Landry, Acadia, and then back just now starting to get into Vermilion and Cameron parishes, here in Lafayette, we still haven't had the rain come down just quite yet, and over toward New Iberia, St. Martinville, and Morgan City, you're going to be waiting on some of that rain till probably after the 8 o'clock time period. But for a while, we've been expecting the rain to hit the Lafayette region between 7 and 8, and it looks like it's pretty much coming in right on schedule, and we'll have those brief heavy rains. But so far, haven't seen a lot of rotation involved or any kind of crazy winds right now. Maybe a little bit of rotation that we're seeing here in the southern part of Acadia Parish, right about there. But more than likely, we're just seeing some some strong winds, perhaps getting up to about 60 miles per hour. But if you live in Lake Arthur, Gaydon, Morris, Esterwood, or getting up to around the Jennings area, you might want to be aware of this storm as it continues to push off toward the east. So the whole line of thunderstorms will continue progressing eastward. There is still a tornado watch that's in effect for parts of St. Landry, Evangeline, as well as Avoyelles parishes, and that is going to be until about 9 o'clock later on tonight. And here is a look at that tornado watch. You can see it covers St. Landry, Evangeline, Avoyelles, and then points off to the east, including the Metro Baton Rouge area, and then up toward Natchez and Jackson. And I really think the bulk of the major severe weather is probably going to be occurring more as you get into portions of Mississippi. Take a look. There are some tornado warnings that are out for central Mississippi, northeast of Jackson, and a severe thunderstorm warning looks like right there near the Jackson area. But as you get down on the tail end of the frontal boundary, things do appear a little bit weaker, but there still could be some strong winds associated with this front as it continues to move off toward the southeast. There's a look at the satellite imagery as we get dark out here, and you can see we've got low pressure that's spinning across the middle part of the country, and that has been producing some serious winter-like weather across the middle part of the country, including parts of Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, and into Illinois, and that's going to push into the Ohio Valley. You've got an ice storm that's occurring over the eastern Ozarks and the southern part of the Ohio River Valley, and then you end up with a severe weather threat generally from Memphis southwestward to about Houston, and then points eastward from there. So we are going to be getting much, much colder. In fact, we're only going to reach 44 for the daytime high on Monday, and lows are going to be in the 20s here in Lafayette, at least the upper 20s for the next several mornings, and even lower for the northern sections of the region. In fact, here are some of the effects that we're going to be seeing over the next several days. Tomorrow morning, I think everybody is just going to drop real close to 32, and then the sun's going to come out and temperatures are going to get back in the 40s through the day. So if you've got tropicals that can't handle anything below 32, you need to get those in tonight. If you've got stuff that are freeze tolerant but maybe not frost tolerant, they will probably be okay for tonight, but you're going to need them in for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning. Central Louisiana, you might even need to do some pipe protection, but I think the inland parish, I-10 corridor, as well as the coastal parishes, pipes will probably be okay unless they're exposed pipes. but the rest of us, I think we're going to be okay protecting the pets, the plants, and the people this time around. So getting back over to the radar, that line of thunderstorms is going to continue to barrel on through, and you're going to get a significant temperature drop right behind. So Jennings, you're in the thick of it right now. Crowley, you're just getting started with the rain. And here in Lafayette, we should be seeing the rain, the thunder, and the lightning crossing over sometime during this 7 to 8 o'clock time period, and then points off toward the east. Brief heavy downpours, the possibility of some small hail, and winds gusting as high as 60 miles per hour will be possible, but it looks like it's a little more likely going to be over parts of Mississippi rather than deep south parts of Louisiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Unless we get a new severe weather warning, you won't hear from me until the top of the hour, 8 o'clock. And at this point, it looks like the severe weather stream will probably close shop sometime 9 or perhaps 10 o'clock later this evening as the storms go ahead and pass by and all of the watches are dropped. Please like this video and thanks for subscribing to Acadiana Weather Today. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. 8 o'clock on this Sunday evening, and the thunderstorms continue to move across the region. Some heavy downpours happening right now here in Lafayette, and now starting to push eastward over toward Broussard and Youngsville and into Breaux Bridge and St. Martinville. We've also got some heavy rain that's starting to roll through Abbeville. So Erath and Delcambre, you're next. And New Iberia, you'll be getting some of that heavy rain as we get into the 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock time frame. And out to the west, we're starting to see most of the rain tapering off. Some widely scattered showers still lingering over Evangeline. St. Landry, you're almost out of the woods too when it comes to the heavier downpours. And by the way, all of the severe thunderstorm and tornado watches have been dropped for all parishes within our region, with the exception of St. Landry, and that will expire at 9 o'clock. And I don't anticipate any new watches to be posted any farther toward the east. So generally what we're going to be looking at here is this last kind of round of rain that's currently getting the heaviest from Breaux Bridge to Broussard, Youngsville, and Abbeville, but will start to slide through the rest of St. Martin Parish, clear Lafayette Parish by 8:30, and then should be clearing much of Iberia and St. Mary Parish within the next couple of hours. And there's much colder air that has filtered in back behind this frontal boundary, and we're going to continue to see that very cold air kind of surging on in. There's a look at the bigger radar. Most of the severe weather seems to be taking place over portions of Mississippi. So I do expect the tornado watch that's out for St. Landry Parish to either be dropped for that individual parish here very soon, or just go ahead and expire at 9, and then all of the other severe weather threats should be lessening as we go through the rest of the evening hours. I did want to bring to your attention, though, some of that cold air that's going to be coming southward. As we look at the satellite imagery, you can see that that frontal boundary is very sharp as it moves off toward the southeast, and this is all part of a much larger system. It's a winter storm that's moving across the middle part of the country. So with that winter weather kind of wrapping around to the bottom of that low pressure area, we're going to continue to see that colder Canadian air kind of wrapping around the back of that and pushing southward and pushing into the region. So temperatures have already dropped into the 30s up toward Shreveport. We're in the low 40s up toward Natchitoches, low 50s over into Alexandria, and then you get into the low 60s as you roll over toward Lafayette, and then still in the 70s over in New Iberia and down toward Morgan City. So it looks like we're going to see that cold air coming in and settling in for a number of days. Fortunately, what we were looking at the other day were the possibility of some records coming down. And believe it or not, this time of the year, our records are actually very, very cold, anywhere between 10 and about 23 degrees. But we are going to be getting quite cold, but fortunately, it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing record cold. So we're going to be seeing temperatures that we see probably about once at the minimum per winter, where we get down into the mid to upper 20s. So mid to upper 20s are expected for central Louisiana. You will need to protect their plants, the pipes, as well as the pets. And for your inland I-10 and coastal parishes, I think your pipes are probably going to be okay, as the duration of the freezing temperatures won't be lasting any more than 12 hours. And I think we're talking about 26 to maybe 29 degrees for our 190 parishes, the inland parishes, and the I-10, and then the coastal sections. So nothing that we haven't ever experienced here in Acadiana. Usually we get cold like this at least once per winter, and so far here in Lafayette and Vermilion, Iberia, St. Mary, Acadia, St. Martin, and I believe St. Landry parishes, most of us have not seen temperatures below 32 degrees. We've had some frosty conditions, but we haven't had temperatures below 32. So that's why we have the freeze warning that's in effect for tomorrow, as temperatures are expected to drop close to 32 here in the hub city for a brief period of time, then warm back into the 40s most of the day, but frosty and freezing conditions are going to be expected Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning. So looking at those numbers there, you can pick out about where you live about what your temperature is going to be and how you would need to prepare. But for the most part, you're going to have to do all modes of preparation for this cold weather snap, because most of us probably aren't going to reach above 50 degrees until sometime toward the latter part of the week, or maybe even into the latter part of the weekend. Now, there is another low that's going to develop over the Gulf of Mexico, and that one could bring some interesting weather across parts of the south toward the end of this week and into the early part of the weekend. Some winter-like weather could be moving across the south. Right now, most models are trending for rain here in the Acadiana region, but who knows? We could see some switcheroos here and maybe get some sleet or some snow down farther toward the south. I'd love to see a nice fluffy snow here in the hub city. There is a look at your temperatures for the next 3 days. 44 is the best we're going to do tomorrow, 45 on Tuesday, and tomorrow we're going to be seeing the winds continuing, so those wind chills are probably going to stay in the 30s most of the day, even with some sunshine. And then on Tuesday morning, we're going to see those calm winds. So not only will our temperatures drop below the freezing point, but also will be quite frosty. And the same goes for Wednesday morning. Notice those temperatures only staying in the mid 40s. So I'm going to get you back over here to the radar. And again, those heavier downpours are now starting to move into portions of Iberia, St. Martin, and the eastern part of Vermilion Parish. We're going to continue to see the rain tapering off here in Lafayette and much of our western parishes, where the temperatures are starting to come down. And that tornado watch that's out for St. Landry Parish is expected to drop at 9 o'clock. The Storm Prediction Center might drop it a little bit earlier. But other than some pretty gusty winds coming along with the front itself, at this point, not expecting a whole lot of extra severe weather for any parts of St. Landry, St. Martin, Iberia, or St. Mary. So I'll go ahead and keep the loop going until about 10 o'clock later tonight. That way the radar is up and you folks down in St. Mary Parish get a chance to watch the showers and the thunderstorms go through without the feed going down. So I'm going to keep it up until about 10 o'clock for the rest of you out there. And if we get anything new, I'll jump back on if we get any new warnings. And but if not, I will see you tomorrow morning for Acadiana Weather Today, which drops at about 7 o'clock right here on YouTube. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today's severe weather stream. Please like this video and subscribe to my channel.